I would suggest maybe just a stinky.
Look up, David. Can you look up, and will you do the prayer again? Oh, we still have them. We still have architects.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not sure that.
I'll try to find it while we're in here today.
Yeah, there's a little house in Linn.
Yeah.
And Daryl's. Yeah. The world's one of any other. That's about. $9.
You have two.
He's tremendous. And he said, I'm not going anywhere else.
I just. For what?
Are you enjoying your new home day?
Hey, good morning, everyone. If you all stand, we'll do our pledge and our prayer and get started. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. David, would you please?
Heavenly Father, we just ask that you watch over this commission meeting today. Help our commissioners make the decisions that are good for this county and according to your will. And be with all our workers as they go through their duties this week. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Martin let me know this morning that he has a court, he's sitting in for Gary, he had a court docket that he had to go deal with, so he'll be here around 10:15.
We don't need him unless we,
He said call him if he needs him.
if we need to go into legal, we can.
Just the minutes, you said?
Yeah, that's just for.
I've read the minutes and I make a motion to approve them.
Moved and seconded on approving the minutes. All in favor? Aye.
And there's the claims.
That's not gonna work.
Give me a pen.
Signed it in pencil.
Notice in those claims this week, there's a $610,000 payment out of the debt service account. That is our bond payment for July 1st, actually is when it's due, but we have to get it in 20.
Was that interest and then, that's principal and interest?
That one is principal and interest. This is the first principal we've paid. It's all been interest up to this point. So 300,000 of that is principal this time.
Awesome.
Okay. I make a motion to approve the claims for $869,940.69.
I'll second it. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. David, you got anything right off the bat?
I do have the letter of recommendation for AMR that they had requested.
Okay.
If you guys want to take a look at that and sign off on it if it's okay with you. And I think it would probably be appropriate to have a motion to approve and sign.
We could have read it out loud, I guess.
Oh, yeah.
Look at that. This is a recommendation, so they, AMR is applying for, one of the other county, Allen County, I believe. Is it Allen County?
That's right.
To be honest, sir,
No, you're fine. It's fine. I think it's Allen County that they're AMR's, putting a bid in to take, to provide ambulance service there. So. Want to make a motion?
yeah, I'll make a motion that we approve this letter of recommendation to AMR.
Allow me to sign it?
And allow Rick to sign it.
You want all three of them? Sign it?
Doesn't matter to me. I mean, if you guys want to, that's fine.
I'll second it. All in favor? Aye.
And Galen had asked me to just scan that in and send it to him, so I will get that done today.
Got anything else?
I think that's it for the moment anyway.
Okay. Sheriff, good morning.
Good
morning, Commission. Kevin Friend, Linn County Sheriff. Just to the numbers, total prisoners in right now is 24, 18 in-house, 6 are farmed out. And I guess over this last week, I think we had 13 arrests, and most of those have bonded, so that was good for us. We didn't have to do a lot more farm outs for the holiday. We had 151 911 calls this past week. With 444 calls for service. That's probably up 100, but due to the holiday weekend events and stuff, that's probably why we're there. One number that was up about 1,000 were dispatch activities, and that's something that, of course, this fall, in our budget process, I'm going to be asking for a few more of those people. Currently, we're working quite a bit of overtime and communications, and we're doing that with staff throughout the building. So we're utilizing jail staff, office staff, every division's kind of taking part to take care of some of those weekend activities. And right now, we're primarily doing that on Fridays and Saturdays. And if we have a lot of controlled burn activities, if that's opened up over the weekend, we're also doing it on Sundays due to calls coming in. So we had a load of vehicle inspections this past week, which was kind of an oddity. Not many vehicle crashes. I think we logged 5 of those this week that we took. I think Highway Patrol took a few more in the county, but that was pretty much our activities. So calls for service were way up, but again, that's due to the holiday weekend. We will have a press release today that the prosecutor is going to be releasing at about probably 10:30. He had 9 a.m. court this morning. So that press release will involve a homicide that occurred in the county over the weekend. So that will be forthcoming. We have charges on that now, but I'll let him speak to those charges and the event. And I think that's about all I have, other than we received word this morning that July 1st, the courts will be back open for criminal cases. So we'll be seeing a lot of movement there. So I would imagine our jail numbers will be going back up once we get criminal court back in session live. So that's all I have for last week. If you gentlemen have any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer.
Kevin, we talked a few months ago about superintendents coming to us and talking about the school resource officers. Did we ever pursue that? And
No, I haven't.
can we? I'd like to have them all three here and talk to them, because I think
I think if you're interested in speaking to them in regard to the funding issue, you're in control of the funding, so.
could we get that lined up? David, could you do that for us and have them come talk to us? How do you guys feel about it?
Yeah, that's good. We can do it. If we have to do a special session because they're whatever, we can do that too.
Anything else this morning?
Yeah, Kevin, I got a question for you. Last week we talked to Goldberg Group about. I asked the question about what was all included in our bond payment and all that stuff for the whole entire project. And whenever I first got in, they talked about how they were going to help us transition over into the jail and
Right.
all that stuff. And I actually asked them about your budget, because it's going to be affected, obviously.
Yes.
And I know that's going to be hard for you because you're kind of a on paper type of guy, so you don't want to guess. I'd mentioned to them, and they said they've been kind of in contact with you. Have you?
I haven't heard from them yet. I do know that in speaking with our builder, that tomorrow actually, there's a pretty big meeting amongst all those folks, and I'm hoping we might get some feedback out of that meeting, not only for budgetary issues and transition, but also for some maintenance issues that we have some concern for. So we'll be talking with them and hopefully get some feedback out of this tomorrow meeting that's going to occur.
Okay.
But yeah, you mentioned our budget, and that's something that I've been working on for the past couple of weeks. And, when we start talking about just simply staffing, let alone things like utilities, they're all the unknowns right now. So it would be an advantage for this year's budget. I mean, because when we bring that in, I think those are due into July. Is that correct, David? So
Well, into June.
into June. Okay, so when we're looking at that for our preliminaries, I think that it would be a great advantage to us because When it comes to things, really the only thing we have a grasp on right now is probably water, and that's because the study was done for the city of Mound City. But when it comes to other things like electric, gas, and things like that, they're totally unknowns because we don't know what it's going to cost to cool or heat the building. And they might have some pretty good projections for us there. But right now, as far as budgetary goes, all I can do is guess, and I don't like that process. You all know that.
Right.
Well, I was told earlier before I was ever elected that there was a study done for all that. You
There
know,
is a study, there is, right, Vicky? I mean, you was,
but I haven't seen it. I mean, I asked for it and I never did see it.
I haven't seen it either, and it may well exist and it may well assist in that process. But I've reached out to David and to Danny and visited about that, and that's something that moving forward with the budget, I really need it because to give you guys a realistic number, there's no way just to guess at that, and I think that would be foolish on my part to just guess.
right.
And, staffing, we're probably looking at, just for the facility opening itself, we're probably going to be looking at 10 or 12 more employees in which to do that. So there's a pretty large number there. And those numbers are pretty easy for me to come up with, but I also have to depend on a budget that doesn't exist, that's not mine, that exists for David. And, that's our employee benefit budget. So that'll take something that's outside of my scope as well.
Sure.
So.
Once the jail is opened, how much of the farm out prisoner money will we recoup from that? What's the?
I would suggest in year one, right now that budget runs $330,000 per year. I would suggest in year one that we would probably, because we don't know the date we'll be moving in. So, could that be in February or could it be in July? We don't know. And I would suggest that we're probably going to have to leave 100 or 150,000 in that budget, just to be safe. Now, we may or may not use it, but I think to be safe and to plan ahead, that probably ought to be, we probably ought to be looking at somewhere in that area of the 100 to 150,000 based on history. And the fact that the courts are going to be reopened in July, that's going to affect where we stand in, December, January, February, because we'll see, probably we're going to be seeing the jail fill back up. Well, it's already full, but we'll be seeing more farm outs in that aspect. In the end, in year 2, 3, and 4, I think we'll probably maintain that farm out budget at the, from $330,000, we'll probably be looking at maintaining that budget from $50,000 to $75,000 per year. And a lot of people would say, why, if we can hold 96 in the jail? But we can't always hold everybody. There are conflicts. There are things that occur. I have one in Bourbon County right now, and that's because we have a conflict with the individual in the Linn County jail, and we have a conflict with the individual in the Anderson County jail. So when you run into conflicts like that, you have to hold them outside of your facility. So it's not going to be a budget line item that probably ever goes away. It's going to be something that we'll be able to fund at a lot lower expense, I believe.
What are the conflicts? Can you explain it?
Sure. So we have an individual charged with murder, and I have a family member that works at the Linn County facility and a family member that works at the Anderson County facility. So it would be a conflict in which to put that person in this facility, and I don't think that there would be anything that would happen, but what could be said, and that would be our issue. So right now, for just that one individual, we're at a $35 a day cost with the Bourbon County facility. So those things happen. We're a small community and we have family members that come to our facility, and we only have one facility, so we can't move things around. And when in this situation, it's a deputy that the conflict is with. In that situation, that deputy could be called in at any point in time, to provide protective services in the jail. So I wouldn't want that person within our facility where they would have even communication.
Okay, thank you.
You bet. Anything else, gentlemen?
David, how are we doing on the sales tax for the,
Let me look and see what we've got. We're still
we're good?
ahead, yeah.
Good.
I can tell you here in just a moment.
And while he's doing that, I guess it's for you or David, maybe Gary, he's not here, but working on getting a state contract or federal contract for prisoners.
Yeah, I don't know that we'll be necessarily looking at federal contracts. But I could for certain see state contracts, us looking at them. And, we're probably, after the opening of the facility, we're probably going to be looking at, month 4 or 5 before we
Yeah, because
would
of
institute
staffing.
that. Yeah,
Yeah.
we don't want to load it. You can't load it all at once on day one. So those are things that we're going to have to look at. And, honestly, with the commissioner's permission, I'd be happy to use Gary, as far as looking over those contracts. Of course, he works for you, not for me. But that's up to you guys. If you want to pay him for that, that's fine. Otherwise, we'll, be looking, through other legal counsel as well.
If that's appropriate, then I'd just have him use him.
Okay. Yeah, I'm fine with that. I don't.
I
mind
just
looking
didn't
at
know if he had any idea how long that process took to do contracts, how long it would take for him to go through the.
There is quite a process for it because there's certain audits and inspections that we have to pass.
Sure.
With the Department of Corrections in which to get there. So, I could see that in and of itself probably being, 90 to 180 days just to get through that process. Probably something that we're going to lean to, our architect with, because I think they have some plans, and they've also built multiple other jails that have contracts with Department of Corrections.
Right.
I don't think you'd mentioned, the federal inmates, and I don't think that's something that we probably want to get into, for a little while, because we've got to get on our feet and working and be able to show them history of how our facility works. And, we'll have to have history probably for a year with, certain things like with our food service and stuff like that to show them that, everything's rationed properly as well. We've had all of the food, all of the menus have been, blessed by individuals who are medical professions and things like that. So I could see that that's going to probably take some time and be really intensive as far as getting to a federal contract.
Gotcha.
I think DOC is probably something that we could achieve within, 90 to 180 days and have something like that in place working.
And you had brought this up even months ago. The challenge will be to find enough employees to work there that's qualified.
I agree. And I have brought that up several times. I think it's going to be challenging, for that facility because we'll have twice the staff in the jail.
Right.
And right now, we, struggle, to keep 100%. Today's the first day we've been back to, well, actually yesterday was the start of the first day that we've been back to 100% staff in some time in the jail. So I think it will be a struggle. I think, I'm working with the clerk's people to figure out some new ways to do some things. We're talking about having a job fair and some stuff like that. Holding it, we're looking right now holding it down at the fairgrounds to bring people in and maybe even do day of interviews and things like that to make the process quicker and easier for a potential oncoming staff member.
Now, if you get a state contract, do they pay you for to hold so many rooms or cells for them, or how is it?
Right. So right now at today's rate, we'd be looking at a $35 a day rate. We're hoping by the time the facility's built, that we could be up into the $40 a day rate. And what we'd be hoping for right now and what we're kind of looking at is a 40-bed contract to start with. And then they'd bring them into us and we'd have it.
So you'd reserve 40 beds for the state?
That's true.
And yes, you couldn't use it for anything but that, but they'd be paying you for the 40 rooms.
Right.
Good.
Any other questions?
From my understanding, when I talked to Larry when I first got in as a commissioner, everything we're talking about, Goldberg's supposed to help with, correct? I mean,
Well, that's what I understand. And, Larry's been very helpful through the project with where we're at now as far as, you know, and right now it's all kind of it's non-operational stuff. It's items, it's things that are going into the facility and how we would orchestrate that and train on those things. And then we get more into the operational stuff, which I believe that's probably, you know, forthcoming. I think we'll probably see them get on board a little bit more when it comes to operational issues. My problem is our budget is ahead of the game. So I've got to be looking at where are we going to be at? Where are we going to be set for 2022 in this new facility? And right now, a lot of that stuff's unknown. Now, and not defending Goldberg and Associates whatsoever, but I think we're ahead of them on that. I think if our budget was October or November, we would probably be in pretty good shape because we would have had those meetings. But it's just fallen out where it's a controversy for me because I need to be looking at numbers for our 2022 timeframe, and we're just not there yet with the new facility. So there's a lot of guesses.
Gotcha.
I heard you say that they're having a on-site meeting tomorrow. Are you attending that? Is that what you said?
I don't know that I will be. I'll be talking to our builders and giving them some things that we need questions answered for. And, you know, to start off with, my first question to them was floor maintenance and things like that. And we just need to get on board so we know what the costs of those items will be, what we're going to be looking at. And when we start talking about utilities and maintenance of certain things, it could be expensive, or it could have a pretty reasonable, efficient fix. And I need to know which way we need to be going on that to get to a budget. I don't want to bring numbers in here and throw you guys a bunch of guesses and have an expectation that funding will be granted when maybe it will or maybe it won't. I want to give you the most real numbers that I can, and you're going to look at them and your eyeballs will pop out a little bit. But it's what we've got to have, and not what it's more of a need than a want at this point, because we need to know where our numbers are falling.
Hey, go ahead.
The balance in our sales tax account before this payment that went out today was $974,000 and some odd cents. But we'll have another payment at the end of the year that will be interest only. It'll be about 315. So there's already enough in there to cover the end of the year payment, and we get sales tax in monthly.
Okay.
So
Right, and I think if we look at the 2020 figures
Sorry, Bill.
on that
We
bond,
left you hanging. I usually have you go first.
I think if we look at those 2020 figures, I want to say that in 2020, in sales tax, there was a $1.2 million claim for the sales tax into the bond. Is that correct?
That'd be another thing that I'm
So I think if
in the neighborhood anyway.
yeah, I think if we forecast that into 21 and 22, 2020 was kind of a rough spot for everybody. And I think our funding, when I looked at it at the beginning of 2021, that fund was healthier than we had an expectation for it to be. So.
Okay.
That money can only be used to pay the bond off. It cannot be used for the operations of the jail until the bond is paid off.
I can't answer those questions. I wasn't privy to those meetings and things. So
Yeah, and the way it was set up on the language on that ballot was it goes to the bond. Once the building is paid off, it drops to a quarter cent, and we keep that for operational costs.
Yeah.
So I guess my question would be, does that quarter cent during the existence of the bond, does that assist in the funding of projects for the facility?
Right.
And it's not just the jail. We're talking about the court, the prosecutor.
It's all bond payment is what but we're also going to have some built up
Yeah.
in there over that. But I believe, and we'd have to talk to the attorneys for a definite opinion, but I believe the way that was worded, that's all we can use it for until it's paid off.
Yeah, I think that could be an advantage in funding if it could be utilized in other ways, because what we absolutely know is we're going to have in jail staff alone twice the price. You're talking about a $334,000 payroll budget in jail staff, and realistically, to make our addition, we're going to be looking at another $320,000 in payroll budget. Maybe a little bit less than that with incoming salaries paid out. But I think $300,000 to $320,000 is going to be the jump in just that very line item of itself. And we haven't even got to things like contractual, commodities, utilities, any of those items.
I just looked back, the sales tax for 2020, we actually collected just over $1 million. It was $1,013,971,
Right?
which is still roughly 100,000 more than we needed for payments,
Right.
or than we'll need this year.
All right.
And that was 2020 funds that came in, so hopefully 2021 funds will have a little bit better outlook, a little bit better value to us. So.
Right.
Anything else, gentlemen?
I don't know. Thank you.
Thank
Nope.
you all and have a good
Thank
day.
you. River City?
Good morning.
Morning.
Just an update. Same activities are going on in site as was the last few weeks. Load bearing masonry blocks going up, in wall rough-ins. We're starting to set some sleeves for ductwork, eventual ductwork. A lot of those locations have been worked out through our BIM coordination process. Slab on grade still ongoing. Some more foundations are need to be completed. We are close to wrapping up our main utilities, water, fire mains at the southwest corner of the building. That work started last week, or resumed last week, and we're going to be setting some of our big sanitary vaults and tie-ins from the plumbing utilities to the site utilities this week. So, still a lot going on. We are our next big milestone, we'll call it, is starting to set steel, which would be, right now, it's either June 14th or June 21st. We'll know a little bit more by the end of this week. More than likely, it's going to be June 21st. So that'll be setting the steel for the high roof area, and then moving over to the safe room, and then back to the high roof area, and then back to the rest of the building. So we've got a good plan in place. Weather has been cooperating. All the stuff we've had in the forecast, it's pretty much missed us. So, one of the things I got, we are putting together our next pay app this week. So it's actually done. I'm going to be sending it off to Goldberg Group today for their approval by Friday. And I know we still have hanging out there the open change order 5.
I wanted to ask you about that. On change order 5,
Yes.
it's a large amount, and we're arguing with Vicky. I suppose you probably heard rumors of it. Okay, so we're against paying that, and it's either going to be we want it to go. I want them to come to their senses and pay it, or we'll have to get it a different way.
Well, there are discussions we're not aware of between you guys and Goldberg.
No, you heard it right there. Is what you heard.
Okay.
And
I've got these change orders. I've got the 5 copies of the 5 that came from Goldberg.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't make heads nor tails of these. The original contract sum on some of these is not.
we'd have to
figured.
get Gary to figure because I couldn't. None of us could. Yeah. But my question is, before a change order affects the overall project itself, how long can we wait? And it's not to kick the can down the road. It's to give Goldberg a chance to.
To answer that question, there has been some work already proceeded on with this change order 5.
Right.
That is the under slab rough-in work.
Okay.
If that work could not go, this job would be shut down,
Right.
completely shut down. So we have been proceeding with that. Say worst case, something makes a change and we can't use those conduits, it'll be spares under the slab, which could be used for future use.
Okay.
I need to double check with Apple Electric. There was a big change to the generator package for that change. A generator is a very, very long lead time. I need to see if they've ordered that or not. Without a generator, you don't get a building. You can't operate that building without a generator. And that was one of the major items associated with this change order. So I need to see where Apple Electric is with that. More than likely, they have, I would suspect hopefully they've at least started the process of placing that order.
Yeah.
Because I've seen in the past 4 to 5 months to get that. So,
Now, this is change order 5, right?
yes, sir.
So why does the order we got from Goldberg show 196,129.03? And last week we talked 100.
272, one,
Well, that's what we talked, then they told 140. The figure we was arguing over last week was 140.
No, there's a couple different parts to this change. The 140 was just electric only. Just electric only. The other, we'll call, that was say 2/3 of the change order. The other third was kitchen makeup air unit and a kitchen exhaust fan that was never scheduled on the mechanical drawings. That is the other third of that
Now,
change.
whose fault is that then? That wasn't on there.
It was the designer's issue.
Yeah.
It was not specified or scheduled.
No, I just heard the sheriff just say that Goldberg has built multiple facilities like this.
Yeah.
Is, the electrical work part, what code is that? Is that Linn County code or Kansas code or what?
If I had, it's probably a national code, a
think he's-
national electric code.
So why did they overlook a national code if they built so many of these? I mean, that's my question.
That's a question for Goldberg Group. I can't tell you that.
Now, if it does come to a point where we're slowed down and it does affect the end date, Goldberg's responsible for those liquidation damages that are in your guys' contract from Apple, right?
There's officially no liquidated damages set up in this contract. It is a real thing if this job extends past our it's basically an 18-month project. Our monthly general conditions, our monthly general requirements, there are costs involved with that. If it extends beyond that end date at no fault of our own, then that would be a discussion we would need to be having. I'll just say it right now, I'm fairly confident our contingency, our 2.5% contingency we have set up for this job is going to be sufficient to cover any unknowns. We have a lot of allowances that we set up at the beginning of the job. I'll give you an example. We set up a $25,000 allowance because we had those houses out there. The Mound City or Linn County demolished themselves. We're like, did you take out the foundations when you demolished those houses? They're like, no, we didn't. They're like, all right, we need to set up an allowance in case we run into an unforeseen. Well, we never ran into an unforeseen. So that's a $25,000 allowance. Once we know it's not going to be impacted, we'll move that into contingency. There's once we know we're past a point, we'll be tacking on to the contingency we have set up. So the contingency was not set up though to have 50% of it wiped out on a design error
Right.
by the architect.
right.
So
And then, they said here they didn't beat around the bush. They said that we screwed it all up. Well, they blamed it on the guy that left,
Right.
the engineer.
right.
Well, change order don't take it off the contingency. It adds it to the project cost.
That's change order 5. That's how that works. Now we
You're
don't have.
you're saying the contingency fund though, is it to wipe it out? That
No, I
isn't-
said our contingency is not made to cover a change order.
Right, but I'm just saying on the change order, it showed to add it to the.
That's contractually how you would handle that. Like I said, we don't have a contract set up with Goldberg Group. That's between
It
you
was
guys.
you and us.
Group, and we have a contract between you.
And you're the ones that's going to suffer if we have issues with delaying this very long.
It's not necessarily suffer, but
Well,
could be
ugly.
inconvenience.
There you go. There you go.
Well, I feel Goldberg's responsible for that, though.
And I think we all feel Goldberg's responsible.
I mean, no, even
Yeah.
for the delay, if there's a delay,
I could offer this opinion, and I talked to Gary Thompson on this. I mean, you guys have a contract with Goldberg. You owe them fees, architectural fees,
Right.
stuff like that.
We owe them $255,200 is what we owe them right now.
Got 100.
If it was us, we would hold back the funds due to Goldberg Group until this is rectified.
So, and when we had talked about it, I'd rather not make a motion today on change order 5 if it won't affect it this week.
That's fine.
Just to give Gary, I know he's getting cut on right now as we speak, but a few days down the road, make a phone call to them and see if they've come up with any recommended cures for their problem.
Okay.
In other words, I think we'll prepare a motion to not pay them, the architects, until this is resolved.
Well, this is just like this is the 196,000.
No, I know.
255. So
Still got some change left though.
You're gonna have to dig the rest of it.
Hey, so Bill, I got a question for you.
Warren,
Or sorry, Warren.
I messed your name up back there. I heard Chris laughing at you out there. Well, I'm sorry, Warren.
So when you guys do your pay ups, do you guys walk around? Does the Goldberg come down here and you guys do your schedule values together?
yeah, we submitted and, we decided on the meeting Sheriff Friend was talking about, we have our once a month, we call OAC meeting, Owner Architect Contractors Meeting, the first Wednesday of every month. That's what's tomorrow. And it gives them an opportunity. That's why I want to get that out the door today to Goldberg Group while they're here tomorrow. That was our expectation, getting that to them prior to that meeting. So while they're on site, they can look at a few things, answer a few questions. So you don't see this, but we've rejected many pay applications from our subcontractors just due to incomplete information. That looked like they were overbilling, things like that. So until we send it to Goldberg Group with our signature on it, we feel comfortable with it.
Right.
And then they got to do their due diligence to sign it and check things. So
Is there a percentage of the job done? I mean, do you guys keep track of that on a bill, like the flat work when we pay for that?
yeah, I mean, part of our backup we have our payment application to the owner, I believe, is 2 or 3 pages. Behind that, we got about 70 pages of backup with every subcontractor's billing. If it's like a stored material type issue, I know we paid for some stored material, rooftop units sitting in a warehouse or a crane yard up in Kansas City with insurance, with the backup for that. So yeah, all that's included in there. We know the percentage, flat work guy has billed to and what remains. It closely resembles what's out there. So.
I feel like, and that kind of goes back to your schedule of values that you utilize. And I know on the Outlook calendar you have, that has a schedule of values on it a little bit, but do you guys have something more broke down per trade?
On the billing to the owner, it's just per the, we'll call our scheduled breakdown, part of our GMP contract. Now, behind that are much more broken down schedule values from subs. And that's all the backup that we submit for Goldberg Group to review. It's common, it's information that's out there.
Public, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
I feel like that we should really have one of us sit in on that. Don't you feel like that? I mean, it's just
We
going
have
to
no problem with
get
that.
more and more detailed. I believe that, we have Gary kind of as our owner's rep.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like that one of us probably should be sitting in there too.
At the OAC meeting.
Yeah.
I mean, it's scheduled for tomorrow at 1:00. So.
Do you have any objections to it? Would it make anything
No,
strange?
no.
Have you ever
I think
done it before?
my only point, or I think the discussion we had about a commissioner attending that meeting, does it have to be recorded or does it have to be?
No, not as long as there's just one.
Long as is that what it is?
And that's why we had Gary at first doing all of it.
Yeah, I mean, Gary's
He's going to be out for a while.
Gary's attended every one of them except for last month because he had an unexpected doctor's appointment.
Now, does Goldberg have a person?
Either Megan and or both Kevin or Megan has attended all of them. Kevin can't be there. Megan has been down. So, and she is Kevin's right-hand person. So, yes, tomorrow 1:00 in our trailer.
Or is that something you want to do? Or Jim, one of you two?
I mean, yeah, I don't
You're
know.
the
I just-
more the construction guy.
I feel like that it's going to start getting into a lot of information that Gary's not going to be able to just portray to us. And it's going to keep these discussions like this are going to keep coming up whenever they could, one of us could just relay the message to each other, or whatever, You said tomorrow at 1:00?
Tomorrow 1, yeah.
Yeah.
Then we have another meeting at 2:30 tomorrow afternoon, dealing with door hardware, electronic door hardware, but we should be able to get out of that in time.
Is that something you want or him?
You can if he wants.
Okay. You got it?
Yeah. And Gary's not going to be.
Gary's not going to be there. He can't be there. I guess he could, but I don't think he'd want to make any decisions or listen to him.
And just for clarification, you mentioned relaying to others. That would be in the meeting when you relay,
Right.
not outside.
All right. Well, has anybody got anything else? Vicky, our former commissioner is here, we went through this process together, you and me and Mike Page. Is there any questions you have? That sounds cloudy or are we off track?
And you know, we knew when we started the process, it'd be trial and error.
Yep.
It's something that you can't predict everything. People make mistakes. We knew that there would be errors along the way, and I think it's all coming up. I think there will be solutions found.
Okay.
If you're done here, I looked at this year's sales tax income. We've received 4 months payments on it so far. The fifth one probably is in now, but it's not in the system yet. And so far this year, we've collected $368,836. If you simply take that times 3 for a yearly amount, you're looking at right at 1.1 million, which would be about 100,000 higher than last year.
Right.
However, typically the summer months, it's a little higher. So I think we're on schedule for over 1.1 million in sales tax this year.
Thanks, Warren, for wearing us, letting us wear you out.
No, that's fine.
Yep.
What did you say was at 2:30? That was something else, right?
Oh, it's a different meeting.
Okay, it's just at 1 though,
Yeah,
right?
1 o'clock.
Hey, keep him as long as you can.
We'll have coffee.
Give me a Red Bull, I'll be right.
Want to go? Tisha?
Good morning, Tisha Coleman, Linn County Health Department. The COVID update is total cases 841, 3 active, 0 in the hospital, 12 deaths, and 0 clusters currently. Testing is at 102 we've tested so far with our machine. Pandemic vaccinations given 2,519 Moderna and 108 Johnson & Johnson. 1,265 of those are prime doses and 1,254 were boost. J&J, which is Johnson & Johnson, we've given 108. Future vaccination clinics are June 3rd and June 9th, and we will do walk-in appointments. Anybody can walk in and get one. In the mornings, we'll do home visits, did 2 of those last week. Come to your community business or any location if you have interest for vaccination. A couple weeks ago, we had talked about vaccine percentage rates. So the percentage rate for at least one vaccine, Kansas as a whole is at 41.9%, and Linn County is at 30.04. Surrounding counties is at Miami 33.48, Anderson 32.62, and Bourbon is 27.69. Fully vaccinated, there's not a percentage for Kansas on the website, but fully vaccinated, Linn County is at 26.2%, Miami is at 29.4%, Anderson 29.61%, and Bourbon 24.8%.
Any opinion why we're at 30? I mean, are you still getting 100 a week, or what are you doing?
Our numbers are down.
Okay.
I think we gave 9 last week.
9?
Yeah, and I think
And you're probably
all
not testing anybody, are you?
we haven't, since our active cases are at 3, our testing rates have gone down significantly as well.
All right.
And plus there's more outdoor activities, less indoor stuff going on. People have had it, immunity, they're claiming up to 6 months. Vaccinations have probably been a part of that as well. And, for our I don't remember if it's 60 or 65 and older for Linn County, our population over 60 to 65 is around 30%
Yeah.
And I would say that most of our vaccinations that we gave were around that age. I could get those numbers for you though. So we did go back up to Prairie View last week for our sports physicals to finish what we didn't get completed the week before, and we did an additional 41 of those. So we did a total of 120 between Jayhawk and Prairie View. Pleasanton never got with us on a date, and so we're thinking about hosting a clinic, a day or 2 at our clinic to catch those kids and any others if needed. So we can help those kids out so that they're ready and prepared for school.
The things,
Go ahead.
oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Is things picked up as far as the health department with immunizations other than the COVID and
Immunizations and family planning and those visits have increased a little bit.
Yeah.
We are starting to get back into some of our normal activities. Just for instance, our BAM classes will begin June 3rd, and those are weekly on Thursdays from 2 to 4, I think. That's that 6-week, kind of like prenatal education or some parenting class stuff to go along with that. It's called Becoming a Mom is what the acronym BAM stands for. And that's free. And we do have, I think, 3 or 4 that are currently enrolled in that. This is the second class that we've had since we started this a year ago.
Yeah.
So we are going to do our Summer Funshine program, or I say program, something that we're starting new, which is a kind of a summer fun thing for parents and children to come. It's an educational topics for parents and children in a fun learning environment, and that's June 4th, which is this Friday as well. We'll see how attendance goes with that, and we're probably going to plan to have more of those with the summer coming. Today, we are going to do a farewell for Cindy and Jackie, cupcakes and drinks at 2 p.m. because we want to express our appreciation for them and all the work that they've done for our health department, and also an opportunity for people to come see our building.
It's at the health department?
Future stuff going on is the sports physical clinic at our office. We don't have a date set for that. And our community baby shower event, which is another educational opportunity for new parents, parents of young children, and that'll be in July. Want to give a big thank you to Danny Nation for waxing our floors this past week. They're looking much better. That's all I have.
Didn't you have some questions?
Yeah, I was wondering, we asked for a monthly report, as far as the services we've done. I haven't received anything yet.
I gave those, I think the week that you were gone. And so I can get another one.
I'd like to see it.
Okay. Yeah, I can email it to you.
Okay.
And then I plan to do that monthly.
Okay.
So, questions?
Did you get the health department all cleaned up from last week? I heard there was
We did have a backup with the sewage, and yes, it is all cleaned up. We still have some things to sanitize, like a rug and the curtains that need to be washed in our new breastfeeding room that we set up. But yes, we did have a nice little flood backup.
Did Rick say he just thought it was from, not being used for such time, or
We're the only ones that use the line, I guess. And I think from what I understand, there was some issues on the city side of it and some issues maybe on our side of it as well. So kind of a combination of things. Yeah, some rooms were flooded when we came in. Just kind of a mess. That was the day we had to leave to go do sports physicals. So thank goodness for Rick and Danny to come over and get that cleaned up. So.
Anybody else?
I don't.
Thank you.
Okay.
Hey, Mar.
Good morning, Commissioners. Galen couldn't be here today because he needs to attend.
Long weekend for him, was it?
I'm sure it was. So last week, we had 27 page outs. We had 15 transports. If you look at Mound City and Pleasanton, the discrepancy there is we have one residence in Pleasanton and one residence in Mound City that require lift assist. They're not injured or anything like that, but they can't get out of bed, or they sit in a chair, or they actually go to ground and they can't get themselves up. So we're doing a lot of lift assists in these two places. You'll see like in Linn Valley, there was 2 calls. There was one transport. One of those calls last week was a death. So obviously we didn't transport that. So those are some of the reasons that some of those numbers kind of like jump out. Of course, we always have the people that like really need to go. We try and get them to go, but they just won't go.
So on a lift assist, do you guys turn on emergency lights and go, or how's that?
On a lift assist, whenever we respond, we're supposed to respond lights and sirens. But if they actually page out, if the dispatch center pages out, there's no injury, they just want a lift assist, we typically don't burn.
So in turn, does the fire department normally call too, or can you guys do it yourselves?
Well, we know these 2 individuals, so so far, it depends on the crew. So like if we have two small people
Right.
together, we might call for a deputy. We'll call for a deputy more than the fire department because we know the deputies are
I
out.
got the sheriff's phone number to his house.
Yeah, so that's some of the stuff. Speaking of the sheriff's department, just we had another critical call, and once again, the deputies that responded got there first, did an amazing job. They're just the deputies are. I've said this before to almost everybody here. I don't think you have heard it, but I'm very privileged to work here with these deputies that we work with. They really care. They really want to do the best that they can. Even in other jurisdictions, you don't see them running on medical calls, but our deputies care. They're always there for us. They're always there to help. So I really appreciate them.
So while I got you up here, you got something else?
I'm not sure if Galen, I have not actually seen a commission meeting in a long time because we let Galen do it for the most part. So I don't know really what's been discussed. We've had 2 paramedics out for our 2 stores. The first one is filled this week, full timer. And then we should have the next paramedic slot filled. He'll be going through orientation this month and he should be released, I think, 16th or the 22nd.
Okay. So that's something everybody's having problems with staff. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know how many we got now. We got staff. Here's my question, and I want to talk to you two about it as well. We've got the house there at the, right before you go into the lake, down to the lake, that house that we can't get the
Is it
individual.
on Ullery though?
What's that?
Is it on Ullery Road?
It's
or-
on, no, it's not on Ullery Road, it's on Valley Road. And it's about a mile before you, probably half a mile before you exit and go down down to the lake. It's a house that we own. We own the house and it's currently rented, but the renter's gonna leave. So there's a big garage there, Jim. I was thinking, based on response time, could we put our ambulance out there and save us a whole lot of money? So I want you to drive by it today.
I will. Can you give me the address?
No, I can't.
Okay.
Jackie can.
Okay.
It's a possibility. Don't go in there because there's somebody on the property now.
Is it attached?
It's an attached garage to the house. Now, I don't know if the garage is tall enough to back the ambulance in. That's something we'd have to figure
take a
out
look.
later.
Right.
Is it 9 foot or is it higher?
Yeah, we want, at least 9 foot.
Yeah.
So,
So we'll have to see how that works and if it could be adjusted. But we looked on closing that ambulance barn because of the condition it's in. It's been there for years and years, and it runs straight through in one bedroom into the other, as you know, Vicky. But and it's got everything wrong with it you can think of.
yes.
If we could move it out there, that would be a great advantage. And we looked at putting it out to where the old highway department is out there on 152. Well, we'd have to either build something or put a modular. The first modular I checked on, which is a basic model right now, if you want to buy one, and it wouldn't be until February, it's $130,000. So that sounds ridiculous. And that's not even to install it.
Is there any used ones out there that we can look for?
There probably is, and that's a dynamite location, But if this will solve our problem completely, we already own it.
Well, it's only 3 more miles down the road, probably.
Yeah.
Right. It'll probably be it's like 5 miles from the highway in,
Yeah.
so maybe 5.5 miles into Lacing proper. So we're looking at maybe 10-minute response time from the time the pagers go off.
Right.
Give them 2 minutes to get in the truck and then another 8 minutes to get down there.
I'm not saying that's what we're going to do. I'm just saying look into it.
Sir, where you want to put us is, but we totally get that. But you just have to know the numbers. So what we need, how like Galen or our previous managers have come out and said, from this area, response time to this area,
Yeah.
and he'll be able to pull those numbers.
Pull those numbers for us.
What's a long response time? I mean, what do you guys want to try to stay under, no matter where you're located?
Obviously in the cities, we want, we want to be there like the national standard, like we're in Lacing proper, we want to get there within, 6 to 8 minutes. Pleasanton proper, we need to get there between 6 to 8 minutes, right? But when we're talking, the Pleasanton truck has to spend, come down 52 to get here. And of course, when we're talking about getting to Blue Mound, Centerville, Parker,
Yeah.
we do, and that's of course why why we have an ALS provider out there in those areas, so we can do all those first respond, advanced level skills before the crew gets there.
Sure.
So, and then of course, if you go down to like, 1095, from Lacine and or, Pleasanton, think of something like someone's hurt on 1650 road, you're looking at least a 10 to 12 minute response from
Sure.
those stations.
I mean, rural areas are tough.
Yeah.
Anywhere.
Which is why typically now it's like if it's anything even remotely possible that it's life threat, that's why we're auto launching, and it's working. It's working.
And even though some of those times are not where we like them to be, you look at Western Kansas, and I spend time with Topeka up
Yes, sir.
there,
Yeah.
and those
Oh yeah,
meetings,
our response times are good compared to,
they're driving an hour and a half.
and a lot of times they don't have a medic. They just
Yeah.
a lot of times they don't even have medics on those trucks.
Sure.
It's advanced.
They're practically doctors by the time they get there, Yeah. Well, anyway, anybody got any more questions? Thank you.
All right, I'll get with Galen and see if he can get the.
Jackie's got the address. He's in wherever Jackie hangs out.
All right, thank you, sir.
Chris, you got anything? I guess we need Jackie. We'll open it up for public comment. Did you have anything you want to say, sir? Zoning. Okay. We get Andy. I'm going to make a motion. We take a 5-minute recess.
I'll second.
Moved in second. All in favor? Aye. Andy, are you got his stuff?
I'm on the agenda for 10:05.
Okay. We're going to take 5 minutes and then we'll start. Hey, we thought you went home. Went to lunch already.
Did you second that or did Danny on 5 minutes?
It don't matter. I think Danny did, but
So what have you been doing? You've been doing some records, I'll take one of those big vacations. You certainly like it a lot more if you don't have to spend the money on it.
Figure you talking about.
Yeah. We're in a bind really for money as far as spending that much money on some project. And I didn't know if that would work out or not.
Worth checking.
He's about to go back. Especially in this state.
She said that with cheering it.
You answered that really fast, Vicky.
She said, no, I don't. Are we good now, David?
I think you got about a minute left, but
You got something to bring up to show us first, Andy? Or are you just gonna read off? All right. Yeah, I seen it. I didn't even delete it.
I did, are we back? Can we?
No, we're not. So if you want to go back there and get you something, snack on, you can. There's some chocolate donuts back here.
There were some cashews that we paid for.
Just set them up in front of them.
Go ahead, Andy.
The Planning Commission met on their regular second Tuesday meeting in the month in May, having an application for a change of zoning for lot split purposes by Mr. Ungenauer. After review, you saw the minutes, they recommended approval of the application. And if you agree and accept their findings, I've prepared Resolution 2021-20 to change zoning from A to AR on
Read it.
the resolution.
Yeah.
Whereas the Planning Commission did on April 21st, publish a notice of public hearing, where they did hold the public hearing on May 11th. After review and consideration of all plans and reports, did by unanimous vote recommend approval of rezoning based on the following findings. The proposed change conforms to the character of the neighborhood. The proposed use conforms to the uses of zoning class nearby. The change will not negatively affect nearby properties, and it conforms to the adopted comprehensive plan. Therefore, be it resolved, the Board of County Commissioners, after review of the recommendation of the Planning Commission, together with all public comment, finds to adopt the findings of the Planning Commission and pass this resolution, changing zoning from A agricultural district to AR ag residential. Passed and adopted this first day of June, 2021.
Thanks for reading. I didn't want to. Thank you. Andy. Bring it over here.
so I had a motion prepared for that. If you were
Go ahead.
good with everything. So it would be to adopt the findings of the Planning Commission and approve zoning case Z21-01 as presented, and to adopt resolution 2021-20.
Does anybody have any discussion on it?
I don't know.
I'll make a motion that we pass resolution 2021-20.
I'll second it.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. There you go, Andy. Thank you. Sean, you gonna make a speech or anything? You good? No. Would you grab Jackie then, please?
I do have, I have something real quick.
Okay.
Unless Andy has, are you good? Are you good? Yeah. Okay. We, last Thursday or something, I got a phone call from, some members out there at the Area of Aging in Pleasanton, the group or that church they meet at, and it was over the air conditioner. It was a simple fix. The air conditioner needed turned on. So me and Rick actually met over there, got it taken care of. And while we were over there, we actually got a hold of Pleasanton and we went and looked at the community center. And I think we might have something worked out with them. I think they're willing to work with us. I don't know if you guys want want me to get a hold of Rick, I can have him come over and he can kind of explain like the layout and stuff and how he thinks it'll work and all that, if you guys want to hear that today.
Is there any cost to it?
It'll be, I think what she said was like $300 to $400, something like that for electrical.
Are you saying Rick Castle?
Rick Castle, yeah.
He's on vacation.
Oh, that's right. He did go on vacation, right? But
You know, here's my beef with that, is most of the people that go there are from within this town. And they're not willing to open their community center up for that.
I get it.
To better, yeah, that's the problem.
No, I understand.
Uh,
I just,
I don't know how you feel about it.
Well, before we do that, I'd like to see us do something out there at the health building, build a room back there ourselves and have our own
Maybe,
facility.
maybe we should look at that.
I think it's something we need to jump on quick because it's going to start
It's-
getting hot in there.
yeah,
And
We have started having problems every year with that place. This is the old, senior citizen, center over there, which is giving us a lot of problems this year. Go ahead, Jackie.
But they didn't have the air conditioner on that one day. It was,
Yeah.
they had never turned it on. We had never turned it on. And we had come up with a plan to isolate most of the building so that one unit could keep up. So
Is that done?
that was supposed to have been done last
Okay.
week. but Rick's
and we
not
went
here
in
to
there,
ask.
and we got it turned on. It actually was, by the time he went back an hour later, it was 69 degrees. So
Yeah.
it was nice.
Yeah.
It's just a concern of mine that we keep kicking the can down the road. It's going to get,
And that's true. What we were planning on doing was shutting all those rooms that weren't being used and those 2 units downstairs that are defunct. Just let them be that way. And the upstairs unit is going to keep that area they're using.
Is there
Cool.
still a restroom facility there for them?
Yes.
Okay.
Is the 300 to 400 for electrical, you say? Is that what they're wanting?
yeah, just utility cost type stuff. And I don't know, maybe they would be willing to work with us, you know, and I don't know how you guys feel, maybe just throwing some ideas out there, some trade on that building or something, you know, if we, you know, if they want the church or if we're wanting to get rid of it, I don't know what you guys want to do, but you know, that's just a thought too. I mean, I see where, you know, they had it all laid out. They actually went in and finished that other room. It wasn't, when we first started talking about it, it wasn't complete. And Teresa actually got it all painted up and it looks pretty nice. And her and April Huffenauer and Rick, I just kind of was there and they kind of went over a plan layout and Rick thought it would, you know, he's like, well, that'd work pretty good. So,
Well, I realized we'd have some, the refrigerators and things, we would have some electrical costs on that anyway, but I mean, not three or 400 a month, I guess.
Can I say something on this? Senior center, and there's been discussion there, and I do know just from what they have said, that they are interested in the health department. Even the people down, they feel it can
And
be
Tisha
easier to get.
seemed okay about it too, so.
Well, we'd have parking and things there. I mean, it'd be our facility.
Exactly, and a lot of their concern is use. They don't just use it for a couple of hours.
right.
You know, people show up at 9:30 in the morning, they like their cars, they play bingo every week. I think every week, but anyway, they're there till 2, 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Right.
And down at the health department, obviously, they could have a little more full use of room and not be bumping into somebody else.
Sewage was plumbed to that area in case something ever was wanted to be done there. So there is a stub out. Another restroom could be put in there quite easily.
Okay.
Ready for the rest of this?
Last
fun
day,
stuff?
right?
Oh, yeah.
Last day.
Dust control, best I know, we're still on track. We do expect it to get bumped back a week or two because of the rain, but we're ready for them. The cell construction, they're down at the landfill. They're getting the hole dug. They're working on it. They're moving along pretty good. They're talking about doing the airport, digging that out and hauling probably next week, or hauling the material over there, the clay to fill in, probably next week. Andy's going to go out there and mark the areas of where those taxiways are going to be. We did have we had a problem last week at the airport. The pump died, of course, just before the weekend, and the parts weren't available to fix it. And so we probably had a lot of people come in. We did have some complaints that we didn't have it adequately marked.
Is that the card reader?
Pardon?
The card reader on the pump?
No, it was the pump itself.
Is the card reader messed up too?
No.
Okay. I got a phone call over that too. And I thought from my understanding, it was the card reader on that.
No, it's the pump. The gears in the pump were stripped out. Chris knows more about it. He worked over on, played with it. And,
So the parts are ordered now?
yes,
Any idea when they'll come in?
I would say this week is what they were saying. We asked
Who
them,
will install it?
pardon, Hoydell.
Okay.
Did we miss out on a lot of, I mean, I know they're doing a lot of crop dusting
yeah.
and stuff out there right now. Is that, I mean, was that,
They haven't been using our fuel as,
oh, they haven't?
they
Okay.
kind of bring their own in, which I don't think is right. But,
Is that what all them tanks are? Fuel and chemical?
and I don't know who left those tanks there. I'm not sure what company.
They pulled their tanks in and just left them?
Yeah, I guess they're coming in and out spraying, but they should have gone through us. I'm waiting to catch them out there and talk to them. Oh, they taking them away? We had talked about with planning and zoning doing a requirement that if anybody does it, they go through us and get a permit, but they didn't even ask. They just showed up, sprayed and left. So we do need to work on that.
I got a phone call, just a guy that was asking me about questions out there, and he wanted to know kind of what our plan was, and I just couldn't give him a good idea of, you know, what we were going to do, but he wanted to know if we were going to ever have like a courtesy car out there at one point if we get big enough.
I would say we'd have to, I've heard that. A lot of them do it, but I think we need more development out there before we did that.
Right, because that would require somebody being there most.
No,
I mean, how does that work?
Not necessarily. I think it's an honor system from what I'm told. A lot of places have it. And we have that little restroom control building or whatever. We could put keys in there. And if K-Camp would cover the insurance on it, they come in, they fuel up, they jump in their car and
Huge liability, wouldn't it?
I didn't hear that. What was
I
that?
said it'd be a huge liability, wouldn't it? To be
That would be up to K-Camp, but I think that's where it's customarily done at these small airports. But no, we have no plans of doing it.
Okay.
It's customarily done that way.
I'm sure there's probably a little bit more to it than.
Yeah. I just don't know.
Yeah. I don't know if Fayla has that or not.
I don't know. But usually, I mean, we've had some broken promises out there. There was going to be a mechanic shop there that they actually are doing it in that one, and they were supposed to have built another one. And I guess he was pretty opinionated on that the other day. Sean dealt with him that we hadn't done anything. It's like, geez, we're getting ready to do a large contract over, or a large improvement over there, and yet he's ripping us over it. So, but we also have some interest. As soon as we started talking about taxiways, we got another couple more inquiries about availability of lots. So I think once that happens, I think you'll see some movement. I'm looking at, I had mentioned last week that there was potential for some watershed grants. So I talked to Peppercorn last week. I met with them out on some of the sites. I couldn't get to very many of them because of the flooding. But the 4 locations that I asked them to evaluate and get these grant requests in, they're 90% grants, was Waddles, the one you brought up, Zener and 1175, the bridge at Randall, and the road at Queens where it is eroding badly. I also wanted to go down a second path on this. If there is a FEMA declination for flood damage, I would like to see Peppercorn do a evaluation of it and try to see if there's funding available. Queens right now, I'm told, is within 10 feet of losing that road. And I don't know, we probably need to talk to the federal wildlife about it. Because it's not going to get any better. So I think that would be a candidate for armoring that bank and building it back up if we could get federal money. If we can't, I'd almost be in favor of closing the road because it's such a substantial expense for the county try to put a road back because
The riverbank's eating it up.
it
Yeah.
comes off a bank, a steep bank, so you can't push the road over. And the bank's eroding, the river, water goes where it wants to go. So I asked Peppercorn to send some people down and take a look at it and give recommendations to you.
Okay.
Down on Xena Road, is that, I know that was feds, is that, they still know?
Xena Road. Here it is yesterday. Saturday. The bridge in, that's the wall that's falling, and the bridge in is washing away. We had to repair that last week. So, Mike Nation temporarily closed that until we could do something about it. So what I would recommend is leave the road closed indefinitely or until the federal wildlife gets back with us. They're the ones that are holding up the repairs.
Aren't they the
won't
ones
even-
that have to utilize that road the most too?
Yes, they're the only ones. And locals wanting to go back there and fish.
So maybe if we close it, we can get a good answer out of them.
And I gave Sean all the information to call them, contact them, find out. Because Federal Highway is not responding to me anymore. I've been
Keep
measuring.
hurt the bridge, buddy.
Pardon? Well, when I first came on board, it was an issue because they had just done those walls and the cracks were about this big. Now they're this big.
Yeah.
And I keep sending them emails, updates, and now I can't even get anybody to answer. So
Yeah.
we might have to do something like that. The other option, which is not a pretty option, is to cram some plywood on the backside of that, dump a load of cement in there to tie it in until they do something, where we don't lose the wall completely. But I'm hoping we get a response, or Sean is able to get a hold of the manager, whoever the manager is. I know they had an interim manager until June. I don't know if they brought a manager in. Patrick Martin is retired.
Sean, do you have all the contact information for all these places?
We're working on that list, trying to finalize it now.
Okay.
So the 4 locations that I think that might qualify for FEMA would be the Waddles if it got worse. If it didn't, but it's been eroding, Zener, Randall, and Queens. Randall, we have a bridge up there on Randall and 1525. It has a huge scour on one side that if we don't do something at some point in time here, we're going to have to extend the bridge out.
Has Peppercorn looked at any of these?
Yes, they were out last week looking at them.
All 5, 4 or 5?
No, because the water was too high.
Okay.
They're going to come back.
Okay.
Because like they did, I told them don't even bother with Zener
Or Queens?
because it was underwater.
Yeah.
And the Queens, it was underwater.
Right.
So they'll probably be back this week and they're supposed to report back. I think we're still stuck on that Centerville sewer system. I don't think we ever finalized that.
On what?
The rules, laws.
Sewer district,
Yeah.
the connections.
We have.
Okay, but we have somebody waiting. My opinion, for at least for this one, we charge them for the connection and we do the connection, pay the contractor to do the connection out of the money we collect, and they're responsible all the way to the house. That's the way it's customary.
Are they building something as they want it?
Yeah, they're gonna
House?
build a house.
Okay.
But it may come up before, I don't know how soon this lady wants to put that house in there. We have other issues, but that's kind of what,
She talked to Andy about building and everything?
yes, she's been talking to him.
Okay, so Andy should know.
Yeah, and then I talked to the house that it was a site they were gonna build. I got a call this morning and said they're filling it up with construction debris, CD debris, to level it out, which is not gonna work for us. So I turned that over to Bobby to go check that out and make sure that, I mean, I don't wanna buy a house that somebody's got CD fill underneath it, shingles and roofing and all that. Did do a demolition plan for the car wash. We're being held up by Crawcan. They have one line left, and I really am not fond of tearing a line down that might be connected. So we're close.
Just have a question. Did you contact them already?
Joyce did.
Okay, because I spoke to their tech and you can tear it down.
Okay, all right. Well, she was going a
That
different,
tech on the front office.
yeah, because it does go to the pole. It's still connected up in the pole.
Didn't care.
Okay, all right.
You go ahead and grab a hold of that.
We got an insurance payment will probably be coming in this week or next. It's for the Zachary Road bridge damage. Peppercorn estimated 14,800 in guardrail damage. Fire department 624 for material they use and 750 in our labor. So we're billing them nationwide insurance. Can't be right. My numbers are off. Probably about 16,000. And I need I need an executive session.
As long as it ain't legal, we can do it.
Yeah, no, it's not personnel. I was thinking about all the stuff I had, but no, none of them's legal. It's personnel.
Had to think about, how long do you need? Because you're the only one today. I don't want to say
A little bit of time after he's done.
or.
Person.
Okay. Can we go together? You want to do it separate?
When he's got, okay.
Okay.
20 minutes.
20 minutes, you need 10? Okay, 30 minutes personnel.
And I sent out a email. Did you get that one? Chris, Pam, and
Yeah.
Morgan. I don't know if you can do it here or there for 20 or 10, whatever you think.
We'll talk about it while we're in there because it's
Okay.
about personnel.
That works.
And
Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to publicly thank Jackie for all the work he's done for us over the years. I can tell you, when I went on the commission in 2009, it was a lot of commissioners. And it's a tremendous job. And when you look at all of the scope of his work, I don't think anyone realizes how much he does. And when you put transportation and all of our food program and roads and payroll for our road workers, just everything combined, he's done an enormous job for the county. I just want to let you know, I appreciate what you've done, Jackie.
Thank you very much.
Okay. What you got?
A couple of things that have come in an email while we've been in here. Doug sent me the fire call information. Year to date, 195 calls. Past week, there have been 9 that included 5 EMS, 2 vehicle fires, and 2 false alarms. And then I also just got our state assessed valuation, and it is up $2,030,830 from last year. So overall, our valuation is going to be up around 9 million this year.
Up 9 million?
Yeah. So what that's going to mean is if we levy the same amount of tax dollars as we did last year, our levy is going to go down, our mill levy.
How many meals?
I'd have to calculate it. I don't know off the top of my head. But
Okay. Okay. All right. Morgan, did you have something? For support? Making sure Jackie leaves? Got the sheriff back there and everybody. All right. So we're going to make a motion. We go into executive session. We don't have our attorney today. We don't need it for personnel for 20 minutes. Final 20 minutes of Jackie's life here. And then 10 minutes with Sean West for personnel as well following that. That's my motion.
second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye. That's 30 minutes total. That's public education right there.
Yes, and you have to certain
You got something?
Yeah.
The motion?
Yeah, he's gonna get some, we're gonna adjust one thing.
That's what I, just look at that, and if that's what you I'll send that. If that's what you
This is when you want them to, they should come in, you're talking.
Yeah.
See if there's anything you want changed on that.
Okay, so we're looking at steps. Works. Road foreman.
This one for you. People coming in to supervise stuff. Coming into the meeting. Burton, you can go while he's figuring that out. 'Cause I know you got somebody to go prosecute.
Burton Harding, County Attorney. Not much update other than I wanted to pass out a press release from this weekend.
You want to read it?
Yeah, I'll read it to you. Yesterday, May 31st, 2021, the Linn County Sheriff's Office applied for and received an arrest warrant for Edward Thiel for the attempted murder and aggravated battery of a Linn County citizen. On May 30th, 2021, at 6:04 p.m., the Linn County Sheriff's deputies responded to a call for a man shot in the head in the area of East 600 Road in rural Pleasanton, Kansas. Upon arrival, a 53-year-old white male was found critically wounded but still conscious at the residence. Edward Thiel, year of birth 1997, was also located on the property and was taken into custody for questioning. The incapacitated male was taken from the property by American Medical Response of Linn County. The condition of the male was considered serious, and he was flown by air ambulance to a hospital in the Kansas City area. At that time, deputies applied for the warrant, which was signed by Judge Terry Johnson, with the bond set at $1 million. On May 31st, 2021, at approximately 8:00 p.m., the male was pronounced deceased by medical professionals. Based on the passing of the victim, this office expects to have charges on file this afternoon for murder in the first degree. The case is currently under investigation by the Linn County Sheriff's Office. Anyone with information related to this crime should report that information to the law enforcement immediately. The charges are allegations of criminal conduct only, and the defendant is presumed innocent unless and until proven guilty. I prepared this earlier today. I've since got information that the deputies are still working on some narratives, so may have been a little bit optimistic about charges on file this afternoon, but certainly this week we'll get that done.
Yeah. Thank you.
That's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question for you. Did we ever figure anything out about the car in landfill?
Yes, we did. So it's, and I'll have to go back to my emails for the exact resolution, but the Attorney General's office negotiated something with that company. It actually was a lot more favorable than what I'd even reported to you. I don't remember the exact figures, but it's a lot less than what they were originally charging, and even what I told you that they were going to charge the negotiated rate. So and again, I don't remember what it is, but something like maybe 6,000 instead of 12,000.
6750, I think it was in the bills.
Is that right? Okay, there you go. Yeah, it's.
But beyond that, do we have a solution for if we have this happen?
No, and that's still a conversation I need to have with sheriff sometime about that. But no, I don't have a solution to that going forward at this point. But that's a conversation to be had.
That's all I had.
Okay. All right. Anything else?
I would speak to that if you would allow me.
Come on up.
Come on up.
Tell your name and birthday.
In that certain case, in regard to that vehicle, that case was not worked by the Linn County Sheriff's Office. It was worked by the Kansas Bureau of Investigation and prosecuted by the Linn County Attorney. So our solution for that situation is we have ability to store vehicles or items within our evidence that we work. That case was not worked by us, therefore it was another investigating agency. So that really can't come back on the sheriff's office because it wasn't our case.
Okay.
Just so you guys
Why
know.
did you not work it at the time? What was the?
We had a conflict. It was a homicide where I have family members who work at our office. So we called in the Bureau and the Highway Patrol to work that situation. So there couldn't be, any talk of an impropriety because we had family members of the suspect that worked for us. And also the victim was family members.
How could we solve that issue next time? Work with the highway patrol, or how to get that vehicle under in our custody, I guess.
Well, in the end, we're not going to store their evidence. So that would be between them and the prosecutor's office, not between them and the sheriff's office.
So if we do have an incident like this again, and we do need to store a car like that specific incident, do we have a secure place that's not going to cost us arm and a leg like that?
The sheriff's office does, but this was a case of the Kansas Bureau of Investigation, the Kansas.
Right. I just, we do though. We do have.
We do, the Linn County Sheriff does, yes.
And I could maybe step in just to answer that question too. Like you said, this would be with the county attorney's office and the investigating agency. In this case, it was the KBI. This was arrangement with those vehicles was done prior to my office, prior to me taking office. And so in the future, I would have control over where those are being stored and some. So
working around.
right. So I guess the answer to your question is my promise to you that if KBI or KHP or whoever gets involved, I'll be working with them about that storage and making sure that the county's in a beneficial spot.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, Kevin.
Okay, we got some pay changes we want to make, and first I want you to look at this, and I'll go over there. This was the proposed one. That's what Jason was making when we had him up here.
Let's see here. Let me look at that again. Let's see.
This is what we're going to propose he makes now, based
Yeah.
on.
Okay.
Okay, and then this is the nation. He says it's right on line with what Jason was making.
Okay.
Are you okay with that?
Yep.
This one right here is Sherry's pay, and not leaving her up to 16, but putting her at step 3 was about 40 cents an hour or more.
32.
Yeah, something like that. You okay with that?
Mhm.
Same with you. So these are okay. We're looking at 12E for Mike Nation. That's the question I had. He said it's paid right on with him. So you okay with that?
Yep.
And then this 2-step or 3-step raise would increase hers to like 30 cents, 35 cents. Okay.
Yep.
All right. So we was in executive session. We had talked about some personnel and changes in pay. So we're going to make those proposals now, or make that motion now that Jason Petrick, truck driver, he's now a truck driver, and his pay will be reduced to $16.82.07 per hour. Andy, we'll go to from planning and zoning down to work on a road maintainer where he came from. That's what he wants to do. His pay will go down to $18.21.60 an hour. Mike Nation's been promoted as foreman to the North Stop. His pay will be increased to $20.2552, which is a 12E. Jeremy Willard's pay will be $17.50.49. And then they have effective dates. These all go into. And Sherry Loveland will be hired as a temporary manager for our park, and her pay will be a step increase of $3 to $15, $15.1274 per hour. Any other questions or anything I missed out on?
Nope. No.
And that's my motion.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. These pay increases or decreases happen. All in favor?
Aye.
Yeah, if I can get that one back quickly. And then I still have handbook stuff to talk with you about.
Okay.
Are we ready?
Ready.
Okay, so we went back, made changes in the handbook that we talked about concerning the payouts of sick and vacation for exempt employees. Didn't change anything else from what you looked at before. We had one issue we talked about in there today during personnel session that could affect personnel policies, but my suggestion on that would be to go ahead and get this handbook passed, and we can do that by a policy statement until next year when we review handbook again. So I don't think it's worth holding this up to do anything different. Do you guys have any other comments or questions you want to make about the handbook as it's been presented?
I don't.
I don't have anything.
So if you're prepared to go ahead and approve it with the revisions that we've discussed, I would just need a motion to approve the revisions and to adopt resolution 2021-19, which I have here that will go in the front of the handbook when we send it out.
I'll make that motion.
Been moved
I'll second it.
and seconded that we approve all of the revisions of the handbook. All in favor?
Do we all sign it, or Rick, do we need a motion to sign it?
No, you don't have to make a separate to sign, but there's spot for all of you to sign the resolution. I've also got a copy of the letter we're going to send to the exempt employees. If you guys would all sign that, and then we can copy that for each one of them too. But that'll get us going and get this handbook out. We've got open enrollment coming up next week from tomorrow, I believe. I gave you your packets on that, but we wanted to have this handbook ready for people at open enrollment so that's a good opportunity for us to get it to everybody and make sure that we can go over things with them.
Where'd you go? Is that it?
I think that's all I have.
Anybody else got anything?
We have a bill per jacket too, correct?
Yeah. All right, I'll make a motion, we adjourn.
I'll second.
Moving second, all in favor?